Hello, welcome to my Sunday afternoon stream of Monster Hunter Halloween Mark. I'll be happy to jump in and help you a little bit. There is one thing I'd like to change though, and I think that is that I'm going to put in some that we're going to rotate the quests. I do have some stuff I want to get done, and while I really enjoy helping out, I do want to ensure that I do manage to make some progress, at least a little bit. And Tira, also, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a good morning, a good Sunday to you all. Welcome in. I hope you had a good Sunday all, and that you can be looking forward to an equally good Sunday for later on. Before I can jump into anything though, I need to get it hooked in and everything. I do get that, but I have not done so beforehand. And welcome in, Raven. I just wanted to have it mentioned that everybody is clear on how we are doing that. Doing it at the moment. Still want to bring up some stuff like this, and I'm missing something for some reason. 1 second. Your brother's friend wanted to come, but you said no. I hope it wasn't a bad reason he wanted to come over, and I hope that you don't feel bad about saying no. And I just closed what I wanted here. That is absolutely not a big issue, Mark. We'll be going through, and maybe some of them I do want to select myself as well. I see. They woke you up, and that, of course, they woke you up very early. Let me just pin the current information to chat. And I, as I said, don't mind to do some of them or any of them. Event with Conlos is indeed quite a hard one. Conlos made global cooling. You can get the mantles from the normal one already as well. I'm not sure if the chances are any different of finding those. Just checking. Usually I do ensure housekeeping beforehand or at the end of stream usually, but yesterday, having jumped over to Rise, I did not have the time for that. Thunder attack and dragon attack are not really skills I need to keep. I already got good amulets with those skills. And I have a ton of talismans to meld together into one, but that is it, and the rest will be Juju melded. There we go. I hope that if they are sick, that they will be feeling better soon. And also, Tira and Mark, thank you very much for your watch streaks. Mark, thank you very much for the 70 stream watch streak, and Tira, thank you very much for the 55 stream watch streak. Bloody hell, that is a tongue twister for me. I hope. Thank you very much for your continued support and just being here. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. Thraik, also, hello, welcome in. I hope you have a lovely Sunday so far. And that you can be looking forward to more of a good Sunday afterwards. If I saw that correctly. And another stream watch streak. Thraik, thank you very much for the 25 stream watch streak. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much for being here so much. Okay. It is Ukanlos again, isn't it? It is Ukanlos. Let me see. I think I will eat 4 ice if I can. Well, yes, I can. That means a lot to me. But even for the people who have missed days, I mean, it means a lot to me if you manage to be here so regularly. Don't worry about that, Raven. And while you are here, there is something you might want to know. I'll be streaming AC6 for the next 3 weeks, probably Monday and Friday. That might be interesting for you. Be starting a new game. Wipe the save. Well, back up the save on PC and go for it. And I unfortunately keep putting everything in a position where I can't see it as well as I need to. And if you do have some time for you to join us, I'll be happy for you too. Absolutely no worries. I hope that your practice goes well today, and that everything goes well, and that you'll have a good time with your driving practice, if I remember that correctly. Understandable. You're underway. No worries. Thank you very much for dropping in, and hopefully if you do find the time, you'll be joining us later again. But nevertheless, I hope in the case you can't come back, I wish you a lovely rest of your Sunday, please. And yeah. Okay. So I don't have the provision division yet, do I? Mark. Surprisingly, I did... Okay, I have a double stack. Absolutely, Tira. But first, we'll be doing some stuff here. Don't worry about it, Mark. Even with the garbage, yeah. Not everybody might be fine with it, so please keep that in mind, that some people might not see it quite as the joke it's meant to be. But even if I do complain, I do not mind too much. Yeah, he's very painful. Okay, not risking this. There we go. All of these, the scratch damage is going to be building up over time. You are coming. Oh, don't we start again? Do, 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 do. Oh, that's bad. I did manage to dodge through that. Very much reminds me of Freedom Unite to Conlos. Ouch. Similarly painful. That's another big roar. Luckily, I should have enough distance. Luckily, there wasn't anything coming down for me, or I would not have seen it with his big shadow there. That's a yoink. Conlos is a ton of fun. Ah, bloody hell. I say that and I get the timing wrong. Okay. Okay. That's not exactly what I was expecting. I do have to run over here. I'm not sure how much more life he has over the normal Lucan loss. Yeah. It's usually not a big issue with him, but with these monsters, I mean, Mark, I am very, very lenient with these things. And I have enough solo, I have so much solo experience that partially I don't even notice when I'm alone because it plays like normal, so to say. But you do need to consider that this is not exactly mannered. Let's put it like that. But bloody hell. Didn't manage to get out of there. Luckily, Kid is there to help me out a little bit here. Although, no, partially I did get that hit in because I was carving the tail. No, it is not. But as I said, I didn't even notice a lot. I didn't even really notice until you said anything, something, Tira. So used am I to be able to run solo. But Kat, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day so far and a good Sunday even so far, and I hope that you can be looking forward to a more of a good Sunday, of a good day today for you. Let's see if I can't break this part as well. Okay, I'm not sure he's coming out. He's probably crapping a big roar here. There we go. Okay, two things. I do understand what you are saying. It's not that I want to necessarily avoid conflict. But yes, I'm being probably much kind of nicer here than other people would be. Bloody hell, this is not going to go well. Ukan loss, currently I don't mind, because I can use some materia from him as well as I don't think I've beaten Event Iconlos before yet, so I'm finishing out the quest for my own reasons. That's too close, isn't it? No. Close enough to hold the ears shut, but not too close to fly off. That was good. I think part of the reason why is because I'm also very, very patient usually. But you don't want to wear that patience down. Partially, it probably stems from the fact that in Freedom Unite, we had moments where we would, when friends didn't have time, we'd put the, and they might give us the portable for their game and their console for a day, when we would be playing for us to help them out with the resources we would be getting anyway, and there I go because I was too focused on healing. Plus, as a afterwards a very long time solo player, I'm very used to doing a lot myself. But yeah, I do understand what you mean. I do understand where you're going. I think what I am going to do is put up an ultimatum. You have, Mark, pretty much, especially with some of the stuff yesterday, where I am much more lenient towards myself. But especially in a big team, I think take it as a warning that you do need to get your timing and everything better together. If you do have stuff to do, then you can't do quests currently. Oh, I could have sharpened. I so forgot about that. Well, I did speak out the warning publicly. He unfortunately didn't listen to it, then that is his to deal with. And that being said, I'm also going to, thinking about it, introduce a new rule. I'm always going to be opening my own hubs from now on. It's hard to say how far I've got, actually. Yeah, that is painful. And I do need to start comboing more mega potions. Fair enough. I mean, I would still be... trying... I think you're right, but I... Bloody hell. Okay. If you're trying... Just checking something. I was checking something. You can watch for a little bit, I hope. I mean... There we go. You were just playing Link's file. Maybe I should be coming over. But I also do want to try and beat him up. I do want to try and finish Ukan-Loss. For my own reasons, not... Well, it is going to help. But Mark, you really should stop doing that. You ran into Glavinos. Let me... See you Glavinos or see you... Sorry, I don't quite get that, Thraik. Okay. Yeah, no. I lost my concentration. This is not working out. Not like this. Not like trying to think about things too deeply, if I am being too nice or if I'm not. I would have enjoyed finishing it for myself, because I do normally enjoy a Conlossus fight, and yeah, but now my concentration is shot and I need to rebuild that, so that is now what we have to deal with. And what I am going to do, as I said, I'm going to be opening my own hub, because no, that is not exactly what I wanted to do. Sorry, that was not what I wanted to do. To have a little bit more control over this. And the ultimatum stands. I do understand you want to do these quests. You do need to, and that message, well, I wasn't intending on deleting it. So you, let me get this out there. Was it 4 or 2? I've forgotten my own password. I'll need to reconnect. Bloody hell, forgetting my own password. Mark, you did start the fight, and so I didn't think too much that you'd want to sit it out. You do need to recognize, though, that a lot of people considered it rude, especially yesterday, and that is very much the reason I did say you can't. I'm not going to promise anything, because that is never a promise I'll be giving, especially since I am on stream. So you can come join my hub. And even if I should disconnect in the future, I'll be opening a new hub just to keep the host control over it, even though it has luckily not been an issue up until then. Up until now. You're not actually Link, you're playing Ashley's File on Rise. Well, yes, as long as you're having fun, that is the important thing. Yeah, you know what? I was having fun. And I hope to get my concentration back. I do enjoy fighting Ukanlos. So let me do something like this. Well, if Mark does want to help out and he has time and all of that is fine, it's a warning I have given him if I haven't kicked him out yet. And yes, I am being too nice on that. Yeah, no, I do need to bring hot drinks, although I'm given hot drinks. Let me bring 2. And that is everything I do have. If nobody's going to come in, I'll be going on like this. And I did forget. Well, it doesn't matter too much. I'll be taking that with a cart then if I do come back. It is an issue. I can very much understand, but if it my biggest problem is that it's interrupting the flow and stuff of the stream more than anything else. Okay. I might not talk quite as much as I do otherwise because I do need my concentration to come back in. Bloody hell, yeah, of course I'm jumping into everything now. Okay. No. No, it's not going to work out. No. I'll come back to this later. And one of the things that I always see, that I see very important for stuff like Monster Hunter, and if currently nobody wants to join, I actually will go completely solo again. Which I do absolutely understand. As I said, that is an issue I do understand. But with everything then afterwards, my concentration is shot. I would not have been able to even finish that quest. So I think what I'll be doing is I'll be going through, seeing what I can do here. Go through all of the deviants and see how I am sitting. So I will take some time here. Doing some housekeeping and talking with you all. So that is level 7. And hopefully afterwards I have my concentration back. And yeah, maybe there is more, also another point to Cat's Wand. I was being very nice. And there's, now that I think about it, there's actually then two reasons. I don't mind it so much, because also partially here there is a much less... there is not the issue of the monsters becoming stronger with more players in the lobby. Which is another reason I don't immediately check where everybody is. You're 8. And I do have, as I see, quite a few things. No, you're... Okay. That's 7. Drill Tusk. That's the weapon I just upgraded. Do 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 do. Yeah, I have a ton of these. Doesn't really matter if I overdo it a little bit. Do, 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 do. I couldn't upgrade... Oh, because it is already level 10. Which I did put on correctly, so it is not me here. Do, 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 do. That is Silverwind, 7. That is Deadeye, 7. Oh, I can go further. Well, don't mind me then. I am going to push this as high as it goes, and that would be 8 here. It's quite a... It's a big... become a big mess, my ordered sheet. Do, 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 do. Yeah. So that is Jewel Blades 9 here. Yeah, we're still 5 here. That's surprising. I don't have enough tickets for that. I'll be fetching them. Stone Fist. Up to 8. Silverwind gets 7. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Still have a lot of work to do with Dread King. Thunderlord 9. Grimclaw 7. I still have so much to do here. Okay, that is all the way up to 10. I usually was so much better with it, but currently it's a big mess. You're still 7, 6. That is Thunderlord 8, Grimclaw 7. Hellblade 8. That is all I can. No, we are at the Lances again. So that is 8. If anybody wants to join, because I did close down the hub, let me know. I could have kept that one open during my effort to update my sheet here. So you're 8 as well, 6, 6, 6 throughout the rest of the board. Good. Stone Fist, Insect Glaive. That went up to level 8. 6. Five actually here. 6. And more we do. I'm just going to push everything to its maximum while updating, of course. Bow I can do quite a bit. So that is 7. And a few more. That is up to 8. That's an 8 bow as well. That is 5. That is correct. Looking good. The two of them are maxed. I don't have anything here. I can't do anything. That is the one I have the tickets, but I can't do much with it. So Blade Master armor is looking mainly as it should. I'm going to have a quick look over the gunner armor as well. So that is one update here. Understandable, especially if they have a history of doing that. Do, 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 do. Raven, don't worry. If you can't make it, but you enjoy stream, then that is already more than I actually feel I can ask for, if I am being honest. You being here is a lot of... And I did not have the concentration to finish it. Mark, Monster Hunter is not the easiest of games. And you're not ready. You might not be ready against every challenge that comes your way, and that is fine. But you can make yourself ready. And that is also what I really feel with, for example, Crimson. You are pushing yourself too much into something. That is absolutely also a thing. Let me show you something. Mark. These are my stats. It's the only armor I'm really using. Why? Because I haven't spent all that much time pushing armors upwards. So, yeah, that is an idea. You go to try and make Okanlos armor, and then you upgrade from there. Why haven't I pushed armors much? Because this armor does everything for me I need it to, in my style. Do I sometimes get hit very hard with a dragon attack? Yes, I do. But I learn to play around that. Where is it? Here is... Did I make new... I don't exactly know how this works. Yeah, no, I did fuse the armor here. But I basically jumped from Berna, Edel, Kutsku, Nargacuga, the level, the 5 rarity, it's 5 rarity armor, and then over to Nargacuga, and that one I think I upgraded quite a bit. Where are we? Yeah, I'd had Duramboros for a while. And every time I hit a larger snack... Oh, I don't... Don't tell me I don't have Nargacuga. I know I have the armor. But I didn't need it, so I went... Yeah, true. In this game I went Glavenos Duramboros for the lower defenses here. you do jump your armors up. That is something that is very normal. Then you work to unlock him. One of the things, I don't mind helping out, and I want to be clear about that. I do like helping out, but all of this I did solo. All of it basically solo. I have somebody I played with from time to time, but I basically went everything solo because you learn the best doing it that way. Yeah, and a bit of lower defense is also here an issue. I mean, that is absolutely fair. I'm just not good enough at using bows, and I know that. Then ask Mark. I would have posted him, and we could have done him together. And as I said, all of today, take it as a warning. I'm not kicking you out or anything, but if you don't have time or some such, it just doesn't work out at the moment. I'm trying to go through chat here a little bit. Please have some patience. I lay at Narga onto Narga. Okay. I can quickly show what I did with that. Because, well, that's a quirk of mine. I do like many full armor sets. So what I did was I took the time, a few hours, to go run through all of the armors, and I kept only those that don't have duplicate lookalikes in higher ranks. And for the Naga armor, because I do like Naga so much, I layered it onto the G rank Naga armor. Katsumi, thank you very much. I take that as a big compliment. Did some monsters I did have some issues and just stuck through it because, yeah. If you do feel like that, then that might be correct for you. Fast weapon, I do tend to think that fast weapons can do a good job against a lot of slower monsters. Don't worry about the autocorrect. Although, if you do have several languages, it's often much nicer to type, at least for me, without autocorrect at all. Okay. I think that is one of the very big differences of bows compared to, or for me in general, bow guns and bows in comparison to the Blade Master weapon with exception of the hunting horn, because I do know that that has some other issues as well. And Mark, if you do want to, and you do have the time to finish it out, because the others are not completely incorrect. We can go hunt normal Lucan loss and then rotate quests. And if you do not have a quest, you can ask me if I have it, because I do very probably have it. If you don't quite have the time, or you're not sure, it's better to do it when you are sure. But I had a level 5 weapon somewhere I couldn't upgrade. And of course I haven't written it down probably. I think the big issue here is that you don't have a good chat system. So you can't explain how they could get more out of their weapon than they are. Because I do know that with all the changes, I'll be playing the bow suboptimally for a while. Was it dual blades? I had somewhere, unless I'm imagining it now. A weapon still level 5, and it was not one of the added deviant weapons. There we go, Seize Slices. Yeah, and I do think that there is something there in that discussion that that is an interesting juxtaposition. Some people are trying to play optimally and go as hard as possible, while others play a lot more for fun. And Mark, that is not a very good attitude to have. If you do keep coughing, and that is disrupting how you can play, maybe it's not the best time to play like that then at the moment. So, that is 6 here. Oh, it's that one. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, there are some complexities there that do not go quite so much. And you ought to know how your weapon works if you do play. Okay. If you have somebody who is insisting that they are doing it optimally, then I do see the issue cropping up. If I were to take out my bow, I know I probably would be far from playing optimally. And I think that is where I may have been a bit overly going in that if you know that you're not playing optimally with your weapon, but you can say that I'm playing this like this for fun, I think there is a lot less, or there might be less of an issue with others here. And Grimclaw, of course, does not want to leave me alone to kill Bolfango, because there is no two ways about it. He has to die. Oh, bloody hell. I did not bring a max potion to this one. Neither of the two of them wants me to give me a good moment here. Well, neither really do I play meta, and look, Tigrex, just give me a minute here. Of course their timing is getting me in here. Okay. He's lying down at least for now. I do think that in multiplayer there is a point that people want to expect that everybody's playing optimal, or might expect that everybody's playing optimally. Not that that is something I really do. And finally, Bolfango is down. I'm guessing that if people who don't know me saw my build, they also would consider me playing... Well, I am playing a non-meta, unoptimized set in that regard. Okay. But... bloody hell. Trying to follow everything is getting me knocked about. Okay. I am very surprised I haven't been stunned yet. Okay. Nor do you need air plugs when playing Adept, which is one of the reasons I like Adept so much, because a roar is basically a free hit and charge up. To a large degree, there are monsters where I'd say earplugs are very handy. For example, Bloodbath. That should not tremor resistance I can absolutely see. I was running tremor resistance a long time for Gaoren in Freedom Unite. Finally I'm getting back into the rhythm. Yeah, you do want that for Molten. Kezu is another one where arguably you could want earplugs, because he very often will want to do things after roars. To a degree, Fatalis as well. They also can attack after roars quickly enough that you do not have time to react otherwise. And I do need another Mega Potion here. Oh, you know, I wasn't quick enough. Well, I was barely not quick enough, but I do have now a Rampaging Boar. Well, arguably he could use that, but not. I don't feel like it's a necessity. Probably because I've gotten. Yeah, they do respawn. I wasn't quick enough. Probably don't have the opportunity to kill the second one. Come on. And their bloody random time to charge, but I almost got him down good. I think the most important part for the Kezu is because he is he does have this long roar, and then the shock in place, which can deal a ton of damage. I know that sounds like probably stupid advice, but don't be there when he roars. Never be in a position where he can get you with that after when he starts to do something new, something fresh. So did I get the wrong ones? I got 7s, didn't I? I have to go hunt another one. I do. Well, he'll be waking up the entirety of the neighborhood, and then you have to go hunt him. Unless you have an arena nearby, which wouldn't be allowed to be built in densely populated neighborhoods. Kitsumi, that is fair enough. Okay, I hunted the wrong level of Grimclaw. So that is something I need to check later. Let me see if I can do anything with the new tickets I've gotten, though. Just to keep the mess down later on. I seriously don't have any issues with roars in Rise, but then again I'm playing Longsword, not Hammer. And as I was talking, I reminded myself that you're mainly playing Hammer. I did realize that, yeah, for you as a Hammer user, I see where you'd, where that would be a godsend to you. I do think that if you put enough points into it, you can still block everything, but then again, I haven't tried ever before. So for Longsword, I know that I'm just dodging through them. And because you are a lot less restricted on which direction you dodge, just backwards or away from the monster. Let me see, I do have some village quests that I probably haven't finished yet. If there is something snappy with there, maybe I can do those. You absolutely don't need to ever move during a roar. At least that's my opinion. I do know that I'm... Oh no. Some more kitty stuff. Okay. Fair enough. I do respect that. Unfortunately, I don't really have anything for the villages that I consider short. And these are also kitty ones. You're not short. High rank event quests might have something short in there. Yeah, these are all rather longer. Let's go hyper high rank event Zinogre. That is seriously not a glitch that would annoy me that much. Well, to a degree, he's not fighting me, so I have to go make him fight me. Yeah, exactly. You then just go and hammer him somewhere. He'll get the message. Okay, I should be fine mostly. Yeah, it's not like I need these very hard. That... somewhat. I mean, I don't feel... Ooh, okay. Yeah, we're going to be using a lot of stakes then. I think my highest set in Rise is something 900 and something. Again, not playing a meta set. Just evade City Joss with some stuff. I am still of the opinion, well, because that is basically my style. All the defense you need is that you can get smacked once, and you mainly defend yourself by not getting hit. So, bloody hell. I put a lot of emphasis on that. Come on. Break at least one of the horns already. I currently would not know what my best defense is. And again, I'm probably not having enough attack ups and so on. Because I do want to keep my evade skills on the armor. I do a little bit of Quario gambling, but I mainly try to get it onto the weapons. And the grind has just gotten not all that enjoyable at the moment anymore, so I feel a bit stuck on that part. But I basically finished the game, so... and killed every monster. It would only be there to make the curio grind nicer, but yeah. That seemed to be a bit backwards. Okay, I was waiting for the... Let's have a Mega Potion. I am not sure that... Well... It definitely need not be quite as generous as... or as strict as Freedom Unite, where I seriously always felt that they were being a bit too restrictive, especially with Elder Dragon Gems. Possibly so, but I enjoy the weapon grind a lot more than I did the armor grind. Usually I go for a very short armor increase in Rise and then call it a day. Well, then you'll be happy that they removed the desire sensor in the newer games. Well, for me it very much feels like they did. Again, maybe because of my background with those big Elder Dragon bones jewels in Freedom Unite, but bloody hell, is it better. Well, I'm not... Well... Well, I also... Well, I don't cap, but I cut the tail. And I, again... If it is indeed that my calibration for a bad desire sensor might be completely different. And there is technically a higher mantle chance. Okay, fair enough. Well, you couldn't cap Primordial anyway. Or maybe you can cap Elder Dragons now, but I'm just unaware for it. But seriously, I don't think that that is something they change. I hope I don't need to eat another steak here. I never really had any issues. In the 3 modern ones. Okay. That is another potion. And another potion probably means... Well, let's make that 2 another steak. Well... He didn't... To his credit, he didn't just take a shock trap, point at the Elder Dragon and was like, capture that for me now. So... He was that aware at least. Seriously, I don't know if you would want to capture Kushala in the first place. Well, no, I can see some uses. Since he makes it rain around him, some arid areas would actually be quite happy having a pet Kushala Daora making it rain. I never really got into capturing. Got a lot better recently, but still. It's a rarity for me, although I would need to really sit down to at least capture every monster in GU once. Okay. Last hit from my cat. I am not sure. I never really tested it because you have some fluctuation in the box anyway, and so I never really sat down to see how and if that works like that. I just usually go for the kill no matter what I need. But yeah, I saw something that you have the that some of the rewards are more common to get with kills over captures, but I've never really sat down to try it out, how it feels differently. I kill until I have what I need. Unless it's a capture quest, then of course I'm not going to kill unless by accident, because yeah, that still happens to me from time to time. Good luck, Katsumi. I hope your hunt goes well. If you want some help with it, let me know. I'll open up a hub, but it sounds like you want to go at it solo. How are these looking? I need to put a little bit of cleaning in here. You're good. not sure why these are there and not... Oh, because of the upgrades I just did. I don't need Red King Hunter 2 anymore. Probably going to be throwing stuff away I would want to keep. No, I can keep that. Horn coins are for keeping. No, my bad. Okay. Yeah, I can understand that if you do, if it's like a significant difference in the chance of getting a certain material compared kill compared to capture. But I never really sat down to do that. My first Amatsu solo was in G Generations, I think. I think there is a high rank Amatsu. That was my first Amatsu kill. Let me have a look. Yeah, this was my first Amatsu kill. And since I didn't have anybody at the time, well, no, but was the first one a co-op? It doesn't matter. This is my first solo kill for sure. Even though the first time I might have fought Amatsu might not have been solo. Okay. That is fair. I'm going to fetch the level 6 ticket for Grimclaw now. No, let's take this one. Do I need hot drinks for this quest? Yes, I do. But should not be an issue otherwise. Fair enough. I don't think that is particularly rare. But Amatsu is one of the stronger ones, so that is not badly done. I did win my first primordial fight. Took me 29 minutes, something like that, almost half an hour. Okay, please warm yourself up, Tira, and I'm guessing you're going to take a nap. So have a good rest of your Sunday and enjoy your time later with your friend. To a degree, it absolutely can make sense. Thank you very much for the lurk, Tira. I hope you have, as I said, a great rest of your Sunday. the fastest way to beat a monster is also not to get hit by that monster at all. Not like I am showing. And that is a tail slap I didn't really want. Let me heal that up a little. Oh no. There we go. And then I confidently throw Sakura Slash behind, which then completely whiffs. Okay, that comes quite a bit later. And that is a complete roar. He's not going to be jumping back. I am not exactly sure what attack you are talking about, Mark. But maybe I didn't put enough attention onto Basil in World to notice a big difference to fighting him in Rise. Well, he still does that. Maybe not when he comes in. Ouch. But I don't necessarily mind that. Yeah, you are right. He did used to do that, and I'll put it like that. I am not hating that he doesn't do that anymore. And he straight jumped into Lucas' trap. Okay, there we go. That's the first one down. Not too great if everything can sit it. He did slap me about badly a little bit. I actually don't mind that. I think the big thing I am happy about is that you get a warning for Valstrax when he comes in. You hear him come in before he does any attack. Whereas now that I think about it, Basil in World, would very often start dropping bombs, and then you'd even start to see or hear the music change over to his. So because touching is something that is a feeling rather than a very strong physical definition. Fair enough, there are absolutely moments when objects are said to quote-unquote touch, but atoms and molecules can interact with each other without needing to physically touch, simply by having fields around them. Bloody hell. That transmit the forces that come up due to their presence. Usually electric forces or electromagnetic forces that then lead to the interaction, and that... Bloody hell, I'm really not playing good. I'm really not playing well. Let's go back to camp and let's bring this back up. And since interaction is the thing that is needed, not touching, it is actually fine the way it is. But yeah, this is also a little bit of a simplified explanation. And depending on how you, now that I'm up here, depending on how you define touching, there are some that say that it should be defined as the state where two objects, no matter of the size, can exchange force. Then they are touching, and if you take that definition, then atoms are touching each other. But this is very technical and not colloquially something you can really explain to somebody. Okay, he left. Maybe. I haven't really taken a look at that. No, I think that is actually on purpose. For people on a second or third playthrough, such that they don't need to grind everything and they can just take the hunter art that them suits them. Yes, of course I'm getting. Okay, timing. No, if they... the electron sharing leads to molecules. That leads to covalent bonding. Fusion is when you have the core or proton-proton overlap. And it's not even an overlap per se, because you just need to get them close enough that strong interactions between them become possible. Electrons have basically no influence in fusion. They are needed to form neutrons, but that is not what initiates the fusion process per se. Well, I do have some knowledge of physics, so I don't mind sharing. So let me think. Yeah, no, it is. And then there is also the fact that for the normal proton-helium-4 fusion, neutrons are created by the ejection of a positron rather than the absorption of an electron, which means that even if you are in an environment where electrons might not necessarily be easily available, you can still have hydrogen fusion. Those positrons will then annihilate an electron somewhere, but okay, and there we have the second Tigrex. But yeah, you don't want cores to come close enough to be quote-unquote touching, or you'll have a very energetic reaction on your hands. Which, now that I think about it, yes, you do want that for certain circumstances, i.e. the sun, for example. I do tend to talk a bit of nonsense right now. And we are having some ads coming up, so to everybody who is going to get them, thank you very much for your patience with enduring them. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. In the marshlands, you mean in Rise? You mean the flooded river basin? I think that's what the name of the map is. GU. Okay. Well, if you can fight him there, then that means that he is available there, maybe only as a subquest later on, or it's a unique mission that then disappears. There were a few of those in 4U as well. Where are we? There we are, 4-6. Let's go for Crystalbeard. Yeah, okay, fair enough, but he is at best a subquest then. Maybe he was a bit hungry and wanted to come over to have a snack, but you are right, it is not his usual hunting grounds. No, that's the wrong one. I'm so used for it to be there, and that reminds me I do still have a weapon that I need to sort incorrectly. I have not done that yet exactly. There it is, the news flash. That is poison. There you go. I said then it is at best a subquest. You did try to keep it simple. That is not the issue I'm having. The issue is that it's the cores that, like the core of the atoms that need to become close enough to initiate fusion, and then in heavier nuclei or in heavier atom cores they will be splitting up very quickly because they become too heavy to be able to did you say core? You did say core, my bad, but then you went sharing okay, I'm sorry, I misread that sentence completely. Beyond sharing electron densities, which then results in fusion. Yes, you are right. I misread that sentence, I'm sorry. I'm happy to hear that you didn't card, but yeah, a long quest, it will be a big drain on your potions. But the way you wrote it was absolutely correct, Raven, and that was my bad. What did I say? I did say Crystalbeard, so it's not as important as to have Black Belt, which I really enjoy having. I know, I know. But I do still feel that it is good to apologize when you have misread something, even though the circumstances do make it such that it is understandable that you might miss something. I think that correcting, sorry for scratching the mic there, that correcting the record and being open about that is important. Let me refill my glasses before I go on to the next hunt. It's Volcano. I should not need anything. I did bring the Farcaster to be able to go back more quickly after killing the second one. Okay. Good spawn. He is very close. I do not quite remember the details that much, so I'll take your word for it. Well, he is not yet taking you seriously. Neither is Goremagala in 4 and 4U. He also leaves some stuff out in your first meetings with him. Well, after completing that quest, and I have the video somewhere, I'll need to look it up, and I can post it to my YouTube channel. I did, when I was redoing my Freedom Unite save, I did go back to the quest where Tigrex awaits you during one of your first quests, where you had to collect, I think it was Popo Tongues. And after completing the quest, I went back with the same, pretty much the same weapon, and beat him, I think. As I said, I need to look it up because it's been a while that I did that. But I do enjoy fighting Tigrex. Not as much as I enjoy Nargacuga, who's my absolute favorite one, but Tigrex is a very good monster in my opinion. And a monster I do enjoy fighting. Okay. Thank you, Kit. That is correct. But I did do that one as a showcase more than to get his material and so on. although having access to a Devilio that early, even if it's only for the carves, might make for a nice and early acquirance of the claws, so that you can immediately create the power and defense claws rather than having to wait for it later on. And for GU, absolutely, I did not do any of them in the beginning. As Raven does correctly say, it's not all that worth it. So you either do it for fun or to challenge yourself. Although in GU you might get more than just your carves. It might not be as much as in a proper quest, but I do think you get possibly a little bit more. So yeah, as I said, basically an idea for a challenge, and bloody hell, had I realized he'd be falling, I could have aimed that into the correct direction. But it's not those kills you're those quests, sorry, where you're supposed to kill them all. So making them harder and tougher is not a deal. It's not a deal breaker. It's where you meet them, and that is that. If those quests now were to and why shouldn't they be scripted? I mean, if you do want to introduce your monsters early, do it in a way that, while it presents a challenge to your to the quest you are actually doing, hunting the monster is not what is required to do, and as such it can serve for a very nice introduction. I mean, I don't really mind these things. I unfortunately can't keep him here. One small stab is all you needed. You couldn't have... Of course you couldn't have died in the other area. Try to remember that if you break Gammoth's legs, after each break she'll fall and will not move for a while, and then you can wail on her for a lot of damage. Which, fair enough, it's a lot easier to say than to do. And a longsword has an easier time aiming at a monster's specific body parts than a greatsword or so does. Okay, I stood bloody perfect. Using a fire weapon is good against Gamoth. She is weak against it. I am unhappy to see that Sleep Rock still lying about there. There we go. All of this very nice. Well, sometimes it can be healthy to be bored. And Shui, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. And that you can be looking forward, as everybody else as well, hopefully, be looking forward to a great rest of your Sunday. I am fine, thank you very much. Currently going, or was going quite well in the quest. Now I'm getting myself rolled because, again, hubris. I do know how to do this properly. And so I will need to take another mega potion. There we have a tail cut. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Luckily, they are currently not deciding to roll around too much, which is for me the annoying part when you have to keep running after them. But indeed, I do agree. Otherwise, they are a very well and cool monster. But this roll is part of how they fight. At least they don't go up. They don't roll themselves up a slope anymore to take a huge run at it, because that, even though I didn't experience it myself, must have been annoying. Hey! I was worried the trap might disappear, or at least not be useful in any way. but it kept him from running off. Which means that after carving him and his tail, I can Farcaster back and get the ticket that I'm looking for. I sent Farcaster back because the quest is not going to end with me coming back here. Let me replenish my paintballs if I don't need to combine them. I have less issues getting the that I need to get the materials back at the farm. Well, at the trading... with trading, let's put it like that. Because there is no farm really anymore. And I am missing that. That didn't make any sense. And I am missing that. Why did I put a do in there? No idea, and my brain doesn't want to give me any answers of why it felt it had to put that verb in there additionally. So it is just what it is, and I'll leave it at that. Honestly, I can just sell you. I can use you for the melding. Monster Hunter 3 Monster Hunter Stories 3 has rekindled the popularity of the story spin-offs. I played 1 and I did play, well, mostly 1, but I did start 2. They're not bad, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for in an RPG. But I can absolutely understand people enjoying them a lot. What did I want to do? Upgrade? Yeah, it was upgrade Insect Glaive. That's it. There we go. Let's do this here. And... no worries, Thraig. If it needed longer, then it needed longer. Rushing these things is not necessarily a good idea. What the story games do... exactly, it came out this Friday. But what they do is put a interesting spin on things. If you want to hunt, I can open... no, that's not what I wanted to do. I haven't opened... I seemingly haven't opened my own hubs in a while. And you can jump in, just make sure that you do have the time to finish a quest. And if you don't have a quest you want to go on, let me know. Okay, bloody hell. Let me restart this. I have forgotten the password I put in. If you want me to join you, that is also fine for me. Just let me know. Come on, 2283. But I absolutely... Yeah, no, I missed the first one a little bit. So there we are. This is definitely a public lobby. Could have been, yes. Well, how do you have time, Draig? We are going to fight Okanlos together, yes. And then, if the Reich doesn't have time later on, I'll be helping him out a little and come back with you. If he has time, we will do a few more and then go back. And then I'll be switching over. Then I'd say I'm putting in an hour, 10 minutes or something like that with Mark here in G rank, and then I'll be opening the low rank hub, and we can hunt a bit for you as well. I want to eat for ice, if that is possible. There we go. I do want to bring hot drinks here, and we have a bone that shouldn't be. $24 stones. What kind of stones, Mark? There's a lot of different... Well... There's different things you might mean. The stones or... Armor stones. There are also armor spheres. Why did I think armor stones? There's a bit that I would have interpreted as stone. Let's put it like that. So after we come back, I'll need to get the honey out of the trade. I'll just be rebuying a few potions here. There we go. It should not become too much of an issue here, yeah. He is burrowing himself immediately. Okay, he is going for the big scream here. Well, they are decent movie. Well, I'm not a big fan of horror movies. I had to watch them so much that I've gotten bored of them. But there are some that are much better. That is unfortunate. That is not great. I hope you have max potions. Absolutely. Welcome in, Fury. Come on in and we'll have some hunts together. We'll just be finishing this one very quickly, or if maybe Mark prefers, we can come back and take you along for Nukan loss. Maybe I'm experimenting a little bit too much. I have a feeling I'm off on some of the timings. Thank you. Okay. No more too much shovel attacking, only when he's lying down. Ah, bloody hell. Yeah, my timing is really off. But there we go. Okay, that's another shovel time here, but I don't have enough time to get over. Okay, I do need to sharpen though. Okay, that I can make it past that. And yes, that trick works for Canlos as well. Not quite as well as it does for a Cantor. Come on. Get me out of that snowball. Thank you very much. And I get shoveled again. I should have run. Well, quick break, I'll be fine. Yeah, I really should not try too much on the shovel. I really did not enjoy that timing being off. Because I really do want some shovel breaks. There we go. Well, not quite as much as I really wanted it to. Mark, are you coming back in? You might really need to talk about some... I get it, but... Of course. Sheesh. Sheesh. Absolutely. Don't worry about it, Fury. I need to avoid this bloody attack. There we go. And I need to focus. I haven't had an issue with Mega Potions, seriously, but I've just not healed enough. You got an Azure Rathalos. In GU or in a story game? Because in the story games, especially their babies, they made a big effort and a reasonable one to make the babies really nice and cute. It is, well, okay. I do have a bit of a bias there. I usually would have gone to you're playing on PC because Monster Hunter Stories is available on PC. Of course. Luckily he didn't hit me himself. Come on, get rid of that. It is available on Steam, yes. And I'm really getting snowballed a lot here. Oh, that is unfortunate. Okay. I really need to hunker down for this icon loss now. What specs does your laptop have? But depending on it, yeah, definitely that can be an issue. And I don't know how tweakable Stories 3 is. It's a Capcom game, so they're usually pretty good about that. How old is it approximately? If you're not getting any forward, then you should not. If it has a dedicated CPU, bloody hell, then the chances are good that it might be able to play it. welcome back. I hope we're not getting another interruption. Yeah, we're not breaking the shovel. I'm not breaking the shovel really alone. A part of the shovel did break. Oh, bloody hell. That might be bad. He did aim that squarely at me, didn't he? I see it coming, but for some reason I really don't manage to dodge through that today. I'm really slightly off with everything at the moment. And I need to sharpen. There we go. Come on. Spelling is optional. Hello, welcome in. I am fine, thank you very much. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday and that you can be looking forward to more of a good Sunday. You're bloody on me. Okay, probably one last hurrah now. Yeah, very much. The aggressive one here, and Stinger Man, hello. Welcome in as well. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday and that you can be looking forward to more of a lovely Sunday as well. Of course, I take just a little bit too long to be patting my stomach there. Okay. Now he's... Of course you're on me. Spell, hello. Spelling here. Welcome into the hub. I hope you're getting what you need. I hope I'm getting what I need from him. And Fury, also welcome into the hub. I am fine, but I think you meant Stinger Man. But yeah, I am fine. And if you did mean me, thank you very much for asking. Okay. Spell, do you have anything you want to go hunt? Well, wherever you want to start. That is no. If you have anything, just take the first thing that comes into mind that you can use and let's go. Just playing some Elite Dangerous. I hope you're having fun with it. I don't think you're going onto the trip with ASP Inc. And yeah, absolutely. The additional, all of the additional materials of the last, gotten from the missions from the last community goal should have been helpful there. I will need my normal set, and I will be taking on a few more hot drinks as well as some here. And you meant everyone. Well, sorry for missing that one. But yeah, I am good and thank you. If you meant everyone, thank you for asking me as well. Even though I will be as feeling sounding a little bit silly there. Well, okay, yeah, we do have the blue mushrooms in Monster Hunter for that. And for everybody who is going to get one of the upcoming ads, thank you very much for your patience with and during them. I have a feeling that Mark might not want to be coming along for this one. No, okay, you're still running about getting ready. Do really, as a big hint for you, Mark, if you're unsure what Garmoth is doing, keep a bit of distance and focus on attacking into the back legs. That will help a lot with getting more comfortable with fighting her. Okay, I was sitting on my headphone cable. Well, I'll try to get some of the aggro in. And yeah, you do have the little bear ears. But no, that I don't think that is going to be, at least for me, that's not going to be a big problem. I just had a thought, though. If it is too... No, it's a fixed hunt. Doesn't matter. I was worried it might be as one of the earlier quests that you have to hand in a Pole Pass ticket to finish out the quest. It is not, but I had that thought, and I thought maybe it's better to make sure it's not too much of an issue. Well, not much I now can do. Okay, happy that I... Sit down. And I rolled too early. For some reason, that specific attack at the moment is an issue for me. Not a bad hit, but a hit nevertheless. Okay, I'm unsure what exactly got me there. That was a nice crack there. Spell here. Take that. First one down. The second one comes in pretty quickly. Okay. I got 3 cuts. That'll have to just suffice. Perfect place for them to land in. Ah, that is unfortunate. Thank you for the heal. Okay, I'm happy I survived that. Well, these things happen. I was waiting to see what she'll do, and the most obvious thing I did not really time for. Congrats on a hard kill. If your weapon does not have the sharpness to go through, that makes fighting already very annoying and a lot harder because not much damage gets through. So congrats on a hard quest, well fought. That is unfortunate. Mark, did you get the what you needed from Ukanlos? I don't mind about cards, so don't worry about that. Yeah, I did want to bring some honey back in. You use the claw, okay, and it does. Yeah, that one does not have all that much sharpness, so you would be bouncing a little bit. Yeah, so yeah, there is that. If everyone is fine with it, I think I'll be using my choice or Sure. Let's go hunt another Rukhan loss. I do need some material as well, so I'll be taking him as my pick. And still I need a few hot drinks. Good, you did remember this time. Later on, having a good sharpness is very nice as well. It is not as big a leap as it would have, for example, be for Freedom Unite, where purple sharpness would not bounce even if Kirin went into armor mode, but white would bounce. Well, that is not entirely true, I think. I think normal purple does bounce, but it is Spirit Bladed purple that does not bounce. That's not a bad idea to eat for Inshora. I have already eaten, I so usually don't do it that I don't even think about it being an option. So there, as I was saying before I interrupted myself, so in that matchup there's also a really nice boost in how easy it is in order to get through Kirin. But and as a longsword, well, it's mainly, it's not even so much the reduced damage or the fact that you lose sharpness faster. For me, the biggest issue with not having enough sharpness is the time where you bounce off and you have to recover your stance. That is what annoys me the most, and what is the most troublesome. If nobody can eat for insurance, that's not terrible in my opinion. Dude Mark Zero, thank you very much for the follow. It is very much appreciated. And also welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday and can be looking forward to a lovely continuation for your Sunday as well. You think so? I'm not sure. We'll be fine, Mark. Yes, very much so. I'm not using Greatsword that much, but that is a very nice bonus to have. You get Baelite at the Deserted Island, I think the name is. I'll be working his tail and backside mostly. Okay. Okay. I don't think we'll need more than 2. On the contrary, I think we should have enough with... We could have enough with 1. With a full team, he goes a lot faster. You are welcome. I'm happy that I remembered the name correctly. Yeah, it would be for low rank indeed. But I think the desert... Oh, the Ruined Pinnacle has also some Baelite ore. I thought it was exclusive to the deserted island. And I absolutely have to heal up after getting scratched there. Probably took 1 or 2 proper hits for that damage as well. Okay. Good to know. I always thought it was exclusive to the deserted island. The one big game missing on Kiraniko, for me at least, is Freedom Unite. But I do remember most things there well enough where I can find them. I'm never really getting up to the front well. Which is fine. For me, at least. It would be handy to have, but... yeah, GameFAQs ought to have most of it. But there is a website, because that is the most important thing for me always with the trees. There is MFUoverload.com has all of the weapon trees, which for me is the most important part, because I often remember approximately where a sword comes from, but not the correct path, and I don't need to experiment very much then. But yeah, there is no similar thing for item and material drops. Luckily, it's not quite as complex as it is in GU and later game. Well, 4U actually already was quite a busy one with materials that were unique only to certain areas. And I think one of the biggest things why it never felt quite as problematic is that all of the ores and so such you can easily get from the mining spots in the village. And as such, to remember exactly where you can get a certain mineral from is not as important. Equal with insects, you do have... Ah, that's unfortunate. Cliffs can sometimes be very annoying. Dang it. At least that didn't go flying, even if I got the timing wrong. Okay, that was very, very silly. From me, not from you, Fury. I tried to dodge there when I could have just... I tried to adept dodge when I could have just taken a big jump. Second run. There we go. Well, mostly. Thank you. That was not a good idea. There we go. There we go. Do, 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 do. You got them. I am very happy for you. Congratulations. And I just saw something. It's like it wants to taunt me. Absolutely. Let me get the picture. So, there is this in Monster Hunter Generation, not in Generations, this is in Freedom Unite. It's a really, really nice sword. And yes, raw damage is 300. It's a different game. This is actually the longsword with the most damage in the game, so then go for it. Then you can go for it. We rotate, and you also have the right to choose. So. And yeah, it's a very impressive list. 2 strong normal Fatalis wings, 2 strong Crimson Fatalis wings, and 2 strong White Fatalis wings. That's already 4 quests each, I want to say. Yeah, I am also very glad they stopped to do that. Stopped doing that. It's not. It's this showing raw makes it a lot better, a lot easier to compare attack values. But yeah, you have the Fatalis, so that's a kill each, if you're lucky. So about 3 to 4 quests, so we're at 12 quests only for that. And then 3 big Elder Dragon jewels, which is depending on a lot of things, 24 quests, so if you're lucky. So this is a very, very grindy weapon. Less so for the Fatalis material, because that is usually easier to get than the big Elder Dragon jewels. And when I was opening the website to tell you which website it is, it taunted me with that weapon, and it is a weapon that on my current save file I am missing. It's one of the few long swords that I am still missing. And depending on how long this goes, if this is the second to last or last quest I'll be doing in G rank today. I did talk with the Thraig, and I did tell him that we'll be hunting later on, so I do want to keep that promise with him. Unfortunately, that means not everybody of you will be able to come over to there, but yeah. I will be helping him out. You need dragon wood for a bow. No, that is not poke point. That is not bought with poke points, as far as I remember. It might be, but the main source for it is Yamatsukami. He is in the game, and he is the main source for Dragonwood in that game. For Dragonwood Plus... Oh, normal Dragonwood is a Trenia item. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I was thinking you could buy it from the merchant that is selling you stuff for Poke Points, but so I was sure that that was impossible, but I thought you meant that, and that is how I got there. But if it is a Trenia item, yeah, definitely you want to do it like that. Yeah, and that is... Hopefully it's a lot of fun. And yeah, that is indeed a reading very much like a to-do list. It's only a Kutku, but I do want to take it easy. And I had forgotten to eat. Well, as long... I hope you didn't need to hunt it, Shui. And... Or if you're playing Stories 3... He is going to be a problem for later on, I'm guessing. I found it in a den. Yeah, okay. Well, that might explain why they need to repopulate the area. We had a few Devilio eating everything clean. And this was a nice and short one. So I do have time for one more before I'll be switching hubs and I'll be playing a bit more with Vraig. $3.95. That's quite a bit more than I currently have. But with that armor, yeah, you are going to be activating a few things, especially with that weapon. And this will be bringing it back around to use spell. That is a lot of damage, yes. Do you want to try the Tugamoth again? Or do you want to go for something else? I am guessing you want to try the Gammoth again. No, his weapon... There we are. Yeah, Ukanlos I have... You really do need to upgrade a lot of your armor. I'll be quickly switching out my weapon for this. And honestly, I think I'll also be switching out my talisman. Okay, no idea what I really sorted out there. I'll see that another time. So this means that I 100% don't need to eat for resistance. The damage will help, but I think for the biggest impact you might want to use Akantor's swords. Okay. Okay. Are you kidding me? Oh, we are breaking ground. Even with those defenses, you do still need to be careful, Mark. I exactly get where it's coming from. I do make the same mistakes often enough myself. And I do tell myself the same thing every time. Ooh, that's another unfortunate card. But that was a very good first hunt, nevertheless. Ooh, you. Oh, bloody hell. Here we go. Ooh, that is again unfortunate. Especially after we really managed to get him, or her rather, so nicely in there. Yeah, I get what you mean there. Ah, that's unfortunate. And unfortunately, it's... I'll be streaming for a bit more, but... I did say that I'll be switching and helping out Thraik for a little bit. So thank you very much for all of the hunts up to here. Thank you very much. You're welcome to come join me, but since Thraik is on a low rank, I will have to leave here and switch hubs. As I said, if you do want to come along, I'll be posting the new hub information back on chat as usual. I can understand if you do not want to follow to a low rank, so I hope to see you around maybe next week. I'll be playing more Monster Hunter, of course, and everybody is welcome then. And if you're not coming over, thank you all very much, Spell, Fury, Mark, for the quests today. I hope you'll be enjoying some more, and maybe you can hunt the two of you together. But I will be, as I said, going over to help Thraik out a little bit. Yeah, that is something that is always a little on the harsher side, is that a lot of weapons are a bit different there. And that affinity is usually counting for a lot more than raw attack power. I hope you are going to be enjoying Stories 3. I have not yet played it, and it probably will be a while until I can play it. But yeah, I hope you enjoy. It seems, from everything I heard, to be a very nice game. So I hope you enjoy it properly. Well, sometimes you need to try out things, be a little bit silly, and see how things work. Thraik, you said you need Senators. I am unsure how far you are in the hub, if you can already find them in the hub. If you can't, I don't mind bringing them on, but there might be... well, no. You're still doing the village, so you don't need to worry all that much about raising your hunter rank for now. Unless it's getting to a point, even if I post the quests, that you can't come along with anymore. And welcome to the hub. I do like the music here, but it never feels quite as, I don't know. I think my favorite hub music will always be the Poke Hub. Yeah, indeed, need the Poke music. I just left the pub and I'm already missing the music a bit. I mean, in general, I do think that as a village, Poke had the best music. Of course, the monsters got added and the music remained, or they got new good music. But for the hub, yeah, and for the village, as Poke indeed did have the best music, in my opinion. And we can. This is something I am ready. Thank you, Thraig. And yeah, that is something. If you do have a different favorite village music, do let me know. I'd be interested to hear which one you like the most. Oh, it's good that we do have the hot drink here. I didn't check the map, and these caves are quite cold indeed. If you have taken a map, he'll be starting in Area 9. And so this way around is the quickest way over there. Congratulations! Your new that said, plus the Econolos weapon will be hitting him for a lot of damage, so it'll be going over quick. And yeah, when you do well, sometimes it's unsurprising that they don't manage to leave their spawning area. Oh yes. What are you looking for, Thraig? Oh, you need the small ones. You need material from the small ones. Yeah. That is... I'm not sure if there is another part of the map where you have them spawn. Yeah. It's absolutely fine. I thought you meant Shogun Senator, but that was my mind jumping off there. If you need the small Senator material, then absolutely gather a little bit before we go kill Shogun in the cave. Yeah. I think I would want to have Old Fatalis' theme running from time to time as well. If I could choose a monster theme. Yeah, there are none of the small crabs in here. So he didn't even use the big one. In 7, that's Ioprey, if I remember correctly. 4 might have a little bit. But I don't think so. I think they only spawn in area 2 here. Yeah, this is Bouldrome. 5 is Bouldrome. 6 is insects. And this is Iodromes. Which one? Which ability would you would allow you to kill him faster? Yeah. Come on. Well, Fango, did I call them drones? Yeah, I did. I was overselling them. The unlimited meter ones. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see how that would go. Make it faster. Let me... I don't think we... bloody entryways. Well, it'll get a lot... a lot harder. Well, it'll be a lot more annoying. Having 3 bosses or so at the same time jumping at you. Io Prey are already annoying enough, but having a 3 Iodrome instead would be very annoying. Sorry, I had hoped I'd get you there. Let's see if I can't distract him a little bit. There we are. If you want to get rid of the status quickly, crouch and don't move for a while and it'll go away, and then you have a faster recovery speed as well. And then basically the bleeding stops. And you don't take damage when moving anymore, which you currently don't have. But yeah, that is how you get rid of bleeding here. You can also bring sushi fish. It is another item, though. That is fine. You can learn, or you will learn. I know you will. Why did I put in can there when the other way would have been much better? I see you having fun, Mark. And I'm happy to see that you're having fun. I think what I will be doing is switching this over. Lance Insect Glaive I got through. Yeah, Greatsword can pose a few challenges. So, do I have... No, I don't have a... Sorry. I don't have a bow one yet, a bow equipment set yet, for a very good reason. Let's switch over to here. No idea what the best one is, but apparently there. I remember, I think either yesterday or last week, Raven, you told me that you can both adapt, block, and evade with the charge blade. So let's try that. I'm just not sure what I should be bringing here. Let's go use this one for now. It seems to be the strongest one. And I'll be registering it as a set. Turns out Shogun is the one you needed. Then you got both the low and like the small and the big monster rewards here a little bit. Okay, I went with Ripper Shield. So let's see how it goes. I'm probably going to be, well, 1 more shell and 10 wet fish. I'm not sure if there is an easy way to get wet fish. Let me have a quick look at Kiraniko, but we can go beat him up once more. Wet fish. There are some village quests that give it, and there is some hub quests that give it to you as well. If we go fishing, I'll be giving you my surplus I'm fishing up of wet fish, for I do not have a need of them. No, I do want to go eat though. Okay. Well, if I do whiff, that is unfortunate, but it's not going to be quest ending. But I'll probably be struggling quite a bit with the weapon. Let's wait. We have a little bit of time. Let's make sure to read through the weapon controls. Morph slash the files. And then you have 2 discharges. Now you have 3 discharges. How do you charge? Go into sword mode, R and A. Okay, that's not what I need so much. Okay. Let's see how badly I will struggle here. Yes, that is important to keep in mind. Thank you very much for the reminder. Unfortunately, it does take time to get used to it. Let me just go through the combos. And that's how you get the axe. And then you have the insta-evades. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so you can only get file charge in axe mode, I'm guessing. And yeah, I'm that much of a noob with this that I don't even know how to really charge my files up. Sword mode, your attacks build up charge. Okay. You're a small one. So, red is the max I want to go at, I'm guessing. Can you now charge them further? Or is this it? Now I put something into my shield or something like that? Okay, so that is what the shield symbol there symbolizes. And that now has discharged the shield. So to charge the shield, I'm guessing that in Adept style you have to do an insta block probably. Okay, that can't have been very comfortable for him. Okay. Okay, depth guards are faster. Okay, will want to sharpen a little bit here. Thank you very much for all the hints. I will need some time to get all of this properly done. And sorry, Thraig, for... Okay, I don't have any files at the moment. He did go over here. You're right in that one. And I do need to store the charge in the files before hunting much more. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to capture it? I didn't have any indication. Sorry, Thraig, if you wanted to capture it. That is my bad. Okay. I'll be doing a few more quests with Charge Blade and then a few more with Insect Glaive. That is also one I still want to get better at. GU calls the AD a super and a super... Okay. Okay, so... not to capture... But, yeah, he didn't make it to the trap, I'm sorry. To type 2. That doesn't sound too confusing. It sounds complex, that is... that for sure. You have one more quest. Okay. I can pick this one. Do you have anything specific in mind, or anything is fine for you? Anything is fine. You can come along with it. I do think you'll be able to be okay with the defense you have. And it shouldn't take too long. You tell me if you're fine with it. It is an Elder Dragon after all. It's going to be a bit of a challenge, but it's also, I think, going to be very enjoyable. If you want to, the quest board is over here. Again, let me know if you're fine with it, and if you are, we can bow. No. No. No, the idea didn't even come to me. But yeah, that would have been a challenge of a different kind. Let's see how well we can fight my favorite. Do take both of the null berries. They will be important for you. Oh, it's just a bear. Oh, cool. You immediately go into axe mode. Reich, you have been given the virus status effect. The more you attack, so for now it's not doing anything except charging. The more you attack the monster, the more you fight that infection, and you can go into a positive affinity mode, or you go, if the bar goes full, you go into a negative affinity mode, and there's also some other differences. Okay, I blocked it, but okay, you don't get more than you already have. Oh, that was pretty good. Yeah, he is quite on the rampage at the moment. No, that was the wrong one. Still not quite as instantaneous as a dodge. I'm still having a little bit of issues here. Getting that in well. Okay, let's try that again. What are you doing? Okay, I'm not so filling it up twice, filling up the charge twice goes into He's going to be angry the second time. I need to block with the shield out. Very nice. And, okay, that is the bad debuff state. I still have a few here. Was that a successful one, or was that not a successful insta block? Let me sharpen. That was unfortunately the last powder I had. I'm probably looking pretty helpless here with how I'm playing the Charge Blade at the moment. Was that an insta block or not? So that was definitely not one. Oh, charge. Okay. that requires a lot more practice. And I hope that you liked him, even if he did bounce you about a little bit. Let me see, where is the tail? He does have a great looking armor set. I am happy to hear he is, as I said, my favorite Elder Dragon to fight. And he has quite a few things, where you can do a lot of damage, I really like him. I like dancing with him. Not having the longsword made it a little bit more awkward, but that is partially why I took the charge blade out to practice. I'm not sure Valor style is the best to practice if you have no experience with it yet. And yeah, you did say you only have one more quest, so thank you very much for the hunt, Sthraig. I hope you had fun. And I think I am going to hunker down and do some more training. 2 more hunts with the charge blade, and then I'll see how many I can get done with the insect glaive. No, I will not. It is very beginner friendly. Okay, I'll trust you on that. Here is what I'll do. I'll have 2 more hunts with the charge blade to get that a bit more in, and then I'll switch to a Valor greatsword and see how I feel. That might be something, yeah. I said training. Sorry. I got distracted. I distracted myself, basically. What is a good monster to... The drones are later on for precision. Daimyo Hermitor. That is a good practice opponent. So let's go practice. I think I'll be practicing only on Hermitor, so I do have a somebody that I can that moves predictably and so on, and I have more of a feeling if I improved or not. And he was showing up here, if I am not mistaken. Okay. I worried myself for a while there. Okay, that was an insta block. That probably also was one. There we go. Now that I have the files and the shield charged up, it's time to go into axe mode and deal the big damage, if I understand the weapon correctly. And there is the insta evade. Okay, I'm not quite sure why if I go into axe mode and I get hit, is that, or I bounce, do you automatically go back into sword mode, or is that me doing something wrong here? That was the wrong button indeed. Okay, the Ripper Shield is not too hard to aim. You have a certain moment where you'll be locked in position, and as long as the monster is also not moving during that time, you can really hammer him with it. Okay, that is pretty much filling up the box more than anything else. So... let's eat and go out. Same monster right away. Don't you build Valor by Valor dodging and so on as well? Although I'm not the expert, I'm asking because I'm curious, basically. There it is. Shells of Steel. And then you lose some of the moveset, yeah. Okay, so sheath attacks are the fastest way to build Valor. Okay. That explains why the Greatsword might be really good with it. Yeah, I was not blocking that. I was seeing if an insta-block would be quick enough, but it is not. Can Valor equip mini arts? I am not sure. Okay, that was painful. He did not enjoy that. Even though it is... That is fine. As I said, I'm also going to give Valor Greatsword a try now. I have built up a bit more here, but I think I'm only scraping the depth of what the Charge Blade has to offer. I think anybody who knows Charge Blade well will see that I'm still very much a beginner using it. But now I don't think Striker is too bad with Greatsword, but then again, I only really know Longsword. I think I will be feeling the most comfortable with guild style Greatsword because I do have more experience with it. For the Raig, that mileage might vary, but keeping in mind that it is the standard style in the rest of the games, it might be something you might want to get practice on, or you might want to get practice on the Raig because it helps you in more than just this game. Let me have a quick look. One, two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I am sorry to hear that. I hope that you'll recover soon. And but I do understand. Please take care of yourself, Thraig. And I hope that you feel better soon and then can enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Vala can do a little bit of both. But this is 10. Still, I understand that you want to rest, and I also do mean it when I say I hope that you will be feeling better soon. Impact charge blades are better in most matchups. Elementals are more situational. Okay. Impact, element, impact, impact. So there's 2 elements and the rest is impact. But still, if I am going for it, which I really might want to now, I might as well do all of them. That means I need to find another row here. Might be fine with cutting down a row here. Or transferring all of these over here, taking... Absolutely. Have a great rest of your Sunday if possible. Impact files also do fixed damage and ignore. Okay, so an element file does not ignore hit zones, so if you hit it well, it can be very strong, but it is harder to manage, I want to guess. Okay, so I think what I'll be doing... No. Is that I'll be halving a bit more of my space. Worst case, I'm going to delete a few here and put this up. Don't have quite as much for more nice level 8 armor, but that is then what I'll need to take a look at. Okay, I see. So I was playing Adept Greatsword so far. Let's try Vala. Let's try Brimstone Slash. I've been using the moon for a while, that moon attack for a while, but I do think practicing here I ought to try out a few different things. The thing that gets me with Vala style is that if you want to put your weapon away, that you have a delay before you're actually putting it away. Okay, I see. So you can use the Vala to charge the shield, and you don't need to charge the... Okay, but I think I will be practicing absolutely more with the Adept style. It's... You don't have a charge? Okay. Let's redress the biggest issue. My stamina here. Okay, I'm happy to see that that gauge does not go down. That immediately leads into an attack and not a charge. That's a block. Okay, I currently do not have... the Rift Wizard. Hello, welcome in. Yes, I am trying Valor Greatsword. Okay, and I do have to get myself into the Valor state. Maybe I do need to then practice. Ooh, that was quick. I'm probably still looking like a noob here. Let's try that. That wasn't the best spot even. That is true. I am learning a new weapon. Bloody hell. That attack, though, I should have avoided. And so you also have different colors for the charge. That is absolutely... well, the sheathing attacks I can get used to because it's basically Greatsword and then... but in this state you can do the Valor dodge. That is... I think that is my biggest issue with the Valor style. That when you're putting your sword away... okay. Sheathing in response to a monster attack. Yeah, no, that is absolutely not in my muscle memory. And Valor style is conflicting with my muscle memory in the sense that when I want to put the sword away, it's... takes a few seconds before you actually put the sword away. Which, again, is not something I really am used to. But, one more time. Just maintains the button to charge attack when the animation on... so basically if I sheath, I should also keep the attack button pressed afterwards. Because of a potential counter attack if you get hit or something like that. Am I understanding that part correctly? Let's go in again. Let's try again. Sheath. X equals charge attack. Okay. So you can do a charge attack. X is when it's not charged. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. There is the charge I've been looking for before. And of course now I'm flying about. Can you please armor yourself up here? There we go. And that is the quickest way to build Valor as well. Okay, I see. That absolutely makes sense. Probably going to bounce here. No, he opened up just in time. Okay, that did not quite go as I hoped. Yeah, focus is good to have with a greatsword anyway, because you do want to be able to charge as quickly as possible. So you can prolong the stance, but you can't shorten it. And to do the Valor dodge, you need to be looking at the monster, I'm guessing. So basically... Okay, I see. And in this state, I can do the dodge. Okay, I have one more round. I'll get that. I'll try to apply that in the next round. But I do see. How much more damage does the sheath? Does a charged Valor blade do? Charge A. Okay, that is something. Sheath A for a quick jab. Okay. I'll give those two things a try in the next one. But the next quest will be the last quest of the day. No. I am playing on Switch. Okay. First off, I want to gain Valor as quickly as possible. Of course, he interrupts me there. Yes, well, the current hub is closed. Sorry for that. I did forget to take that off. I closed the hub that is currently shown. I had forgotten to take that off. But yeah, I am playing from the pub also at the moment. Basically, because I am practicing this, and practice for me is solo practice. There we go. That's a very nice one. Okay, no, sword out. And that is then the evade in Valor style. Okay. Absolutely, don't worry about it, wizard. It's going to be the last quest of the day anyway. And there we go. Vibrating for another successful training quest. So everybody who's been helping me out to with some explanation here for how to use a Valor style, how to get these done, I have to say thank you very, very much. That helped me out a lot. I do understand the Valor style in general and Charge Blade a little bit better now. I still require a ton of practice before I before I even want to consider it reaching my skill in Longsword, but it's been a good idea to go around and practice a little bit. And I also now feel like I do want to fill up the last weapons as well with deviant weapons as well. Probably I don't if I'm giving myself a half a page more, do I have everything I need space-wise? I'm quickly going to check that. And then I'm going to adjust. So Gunlance, Switch Axe, Charge Blade was missing. So this is 10. Okay, there's only one missing there, so 23. I said that's 10. 35, 39. Okay, that's not going to be quite enough, but another half a page and okay. Okay, it'll work out. But I'm adding now all the weapons. If I'm adding Charge Blade, I think the others will be also will also be interesting. And the gun lance, which I have experience with and don't like very much, will be the one that only gets the upgrade without much else. Okay, more work ahead of me. But that is work for another day. For tonight, I'll be ending stream here. Thank you all very much for having been here. If you do have a suggestion for the raid, please let me know. But before we go raid out, and let me know now as I go through my schedule, and yeah, I'll be taking it under consideration. Schedule. So, beginning of a new week. Tomorrow is Monday. So Monday and Friday, I'll be for about 3 weeks. I'll be playing Armored Core 6. I will be starting a new save, and I will try to finish the endings. If I manage, I'll be playing them under the week if necessary, to advance. I'm really looking forward to that. I've been a fan of Armored Core for a long time, and I'm happy to be able to show them to show one of the games off. I was debating with myself whether I should be starting at the beginning of the series, but since the stories do not have a connection throughout them, I don't think it matters much with which one I do start. So, Armored Core 6, Monday and Friday, normal time from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time, or from 8 to 13 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Thursday, more Supreme Commander from 15 to 18 o'clock Eastern Central European Time. I'm throwing stuff together. And from 10 to 13 o'clock or 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, sorry. And weekend, it's going to be more Monster Hunter. Starting out in Generations Ultimate, I will be putting in more practice sessions with the different weapons now. And I need to find the time to do another 200, 500, or 2 to 500 tickets. I'm not sure exactly how many I've put on my plate now. So there is that. But I'll be starting out in GU both days. I'm going to run from my normal time from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Time. Yes, next weekend is not yet a switchover. That is the last weekend. And then that is going to be from 8 to 13 o'clock or 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for now. Okay, let's have a look at whom we could be raiding out to. There is not as much going on. I think I'll be raiding out to Stan 64 He is currently playing Monster Hunter Stories 3. I hope you're going to be enjoying his stream as much as you did mine. And as always with raids, we ask you to please be nice, please be kind. And yeah, I hope you're going to be enjoying his stream as much as you did mine. At the end of another stream, I want to say thank you very much for everybody who has been here. Thank you very much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed it. I'll be on streaming more tomorrow. Tomorrow, as I said, with Armored Core 6. I hope to see you all again soon. Maybe tomorrow. But if you either don't want to watch Armored Core, which is absolutely fine, or I hope to see you not... there is never a need to show up to my stream. That being said, I wish you a lovely rest of your Sunday evening, and until we do see each other again, I wish you a great time. And until we do see each other again, goodbye.